Can you slide down a little bit?
Committee will be in order, and thank you very much for joining us this afternoon as we look forward to a discussion on the Senate amendment to H.J. Res. 59. The opportunity for us to be here today is to welcome our very distinguished panel that will include our chairman of the Budget Committee, Paul Ryan, who, together with Senator Patty Murray, have agreed to this amendment and what I would refer to as a budget compromise, which sets spending levels for the remainder of fiscal year 2014, fiscal year 2015. It's been over 4 years since the House and the Senate passed a full-year budget, and through sequestration, the government's shut down. Americans have seen firsthand the difficulty in crafting a bipartisan, bicameral federal budget. I applaud our fine young chairman from Wisconsin, Paul Ryan, for his efforts to move not only our nation forward, but also this body as he represented each and every one of us towards an agreement that hopefully can avoid a short-term problem. And I would applaud him for not only his hard work, but also I recognize that the gentleman, Mr. Van Holland, and others were involved in this, the staffs, Republican and Democrats representing the House, working together with the same effort. Secondly, the committee will then consider, and it will be our second panel, language to provide necessary funding to replace what is known as the SGR sustainable growth rate for 3 months. This is, in essence, the ability to pay for physicians and health care in this country. Without this patch, American physicians would see an estimated 20% reduction in Medicare reimbursement rates, which is unacceptable to me and many of the people who we represent, including our parents and our grandparents. Such a change would dramatically reduce seniors' access to quality health care and severely diminish physicians' ability to adequately treat their patients. Finally, the committee will consider language to address an extension of the Farm Bill, which we'll see in the rule also. Again, I want to thank my colleagues for being here today, and Chair would now yield to the ranking member, the gentlewoman from New York, Mrs. Slaughter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too want to congratulate the hard work that's brought us to this point. But we are at this point, and since the bill was filed after midnight and then a few hours ago again, we really don't know particularly what's in it. So, but we do know that unemployment insurance is not covered. We're very much concerned about that. A number of other things we're hearing a lot about, the third-party liability issues in Medicaid, but you know, we don't have time to go into any depth for those because we simply haven't had time to study them. There are some good things. We're happy that you're doing something about sequester. I wish we could do more, and very anxious to really delve into what's happened with NIH and make sure that that we are not going to fall any further behind there. And we're very keen on the notion that research cannot be turned off and on like a water faucet, and you can't ask them to work under those circumstances. But we're happy to see all of you. It's certainly an august panel of brilliant people, and I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Ms. Slaughter, thank you very much. I also want to recognize and acknowledge one of our former colleagues, a very dear friend of this committee, a gentleman who's a friend of mine from Fort Worth, Texas, the gentleman Martin Frost, who served with honor and distinction to this committee for so many years. I want to welcome Mr. Frost back. Martin, it's good to see you. The chance for us to be here today comes as a result of long negotiation, not only on the appropriations side that's taking place with our dear Chairman Hal Rogers and Nita Lowy, but also involved the Budget Committee, where two of the finest members of this body, bright young people who have a thought for not only today but also the future, are involved. And I really do want to say to the gentleman from Maryland that we're delighted that you're here, the gentlewoman from New York, the chance for you to be here, for Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, thank you also for being on this panel. And I want to start with, the chairman of the committee, the gentleman, Mr. Ryan, with the knowledge that our our house chaplain has just walked in, Paul, so Godspeed. But as a co-pilot today, that's not a bad place to begin.
That's pretty good.
Without objection, anything you have in writing will be entered to the record, and the gentleman from Wisconsin, the young chairman's recognized.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Bipartisan Budget Act. In a nutshell, here's what this bill does. It reduces the deficit by $23 billion, doesn't raise taxes, and it cuts spending in a smarter way. How do we do it? Well, first, we cut waste. For instance, we stop paying Medicaid bills that deadbeat dads should be covering. We stop sending unemployment checks to criminals. Second, we cut corporate welfare. We repeal a government research program for private energy companies. We repeal a special carve-out for nonprofits in the student loan program. Third, we make some real reforms to mandatory spending. We ask federal employees who are hardworking, whose work we respect, to cover some more of the retirement costs for those new workers. We ask private companies to cover more of the costs for guaranteeing their pension benefits, insurance on their pension plans. All in all, we provide $63 billion over the 2 fiscal years in sequester relief, which is replaced with $85 billion in mandatory savings, for a net deficit reduction of $23 billion. If you look at it in the macro, this keeps 92% of the BCA's savings. And we save even more money because we cast a wider net. We don't just look at discretionary spending. This part of the budget that this gentlelady is in charge of is not our fiscal problem. It's the mandatory side of the budget, the autopilot side of the budget, the part of the budget that Congress does not do enough justice to doing oversight or reforming. We cast a wider net and we get savings from that part of the budget. So this budget agreement reduces the deficit without raising taxes. It replaces some of the arbitrary across-the-board cuts with what we think are smarter, permanent reforms. And look, the House budget that we passed reflects our ultimate goals, just like Mr. Van Hollen's budget that he proposed reflects his ultimate goals. This is divided government. We each aren't going to get everything that we want. And so what we decided to do is to try and find a way where we could find common ground to make things work. We don't want government to keep lurching from crisis to crisis. We want the legislative branch to reassert its power by executing the power of the purse and not continue to give that to the administration through continuing resolutions. That's a bipartisan notion. And we think we ought to be able to show that this divided government can work at its basic functioning level, which is paying the bills, doing appropriations, and avoiding government shutdowns. That is why I think it's good that we've shown that we can work together. It's not the agreement that any of us wanted in the front end. We have different goals ultimately, but I believe this puts us in the right position, or more importantly, this moves us in the right direction. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time, and I urge all my colleagues to support it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ryan. Do you have a time element here, or will you be able to stay with the committee throughout this panels?
Throughout the panel. I think I'm good.
I thank you, gentlemen. I know that there are lots of demands upon your time. Mr. Van Hollen, welcome. I noticed you brought your able policy, your budget staff director, who for many years has been a dear friend of mine, and I know that he has done probably a good job in working with you on this. So please make sure you tell Tom I said hi at the appropriate time.
I will do that, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and
gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, and I want to thank Ranking Member Slaughter, all the members of the committee, and I want to commend Chairman Ryan, as well as Chairman Senator Perry Murray, for the hard work that they put into this. As Chairman Ryan indicated, this is not an agreement that would have been written by any of us on our own. It does reflect some hard compromises on some tough issues. I believe on balance, it represents a small step forward. It doesn't tackle a lot of the issues that this Congress needs to tackle and needs to tackle now, in my opinion. But I do believe on balance it's a small step forward because it will avoid the very, very deep cuts that will take place starting in January if we do not act now, along with all the uncertainty that would surround that particular situation. With respect to the sequester, it replaces half of the sequester in fiscal year 2014 for discretionary funding, restoring almost 2/3 of the non-defense discretionary spending. Ms. Slaughter mentioned NIH and medical research. So for places like NIH, for important investments, whether they be in education or law enforcement or the other important investments that help our economy grow, this doesn't totally get rid of the sequester, but for that portion of the budget, it replaces about 2/3 of the sequester and will also, as a result of that, help prevent furloughs in the coming year. A lot of important improvements were made to this agreement from my perspective in the last 48 hours to make sure that the burden and responsibility in terms of paying for this was spread more equitably. So again, on balance, my view is this is a step forward, a small one, but a step forward. I do now want to raise an important issue that has really come to the head in the last 10 hours. We are all in favor, Mr. Chairman, of dealing with what we all call around here the doc fix, the SGR fix. This is to make sure that doctors who make sure that our constituents, their patients on Medicare, are fully compensated. And we all want to do a fix to that. That was not part of the scope of this budget agreement. I think Chairman Ryan will acknowledge that, and Senator Murray and I have conferred regularly in the last 12 hours. That was not part of this agreement. We want to do it, yes, but it was not part of this budget agreement. One of the things that was hotly discussed as part of this budget discussion, at least in terms of the Democratic perspective, was to address the fact that 3 days after Christmas, over 1 million Americans will lose their unemployment compensation, Mr. Chairman. These are hardworking people. These are people who lost their jobs through no fault of their own and who are still looking for work every day. We had a hearing just recently where a woman had a stack of job applications 2 feet high that she had submitted trying to find work and not had been able to find it. We believe that before we leave, before this Congress leaves, we should address that issue so we don't leave those 1 million Americans out in the cold. And what we're going to say here today is now that the committee apparently has decided to add what we call the SGR fix for 3 months to this deal as part of a rule, which will immediately incorporate that fix into the budget agreement, that you should also make sure this Congress can vote on a 3-month unemployment compensation fix at the exact same time. I hope you will not say to the American people, we will vote to make sure doctors are fully compensated for their patients, the service they provide, which we should do, but we're not at the same time going to allow a vote on extending unemployment compensation. Members are free always to vote how they want, but it would be a terrible, terrible signal that you don't allow a vote on that. And I will say, as a supporter of the budget agreement itself, it could put that at risk. It could put that at risk. This is a new development post-agreement. I mean, the ink was barely dry on this agreement before we heard that you essentially tried to amend it with another provision which we support, but without the opportunity to add something else. And Mr. Levin is going to be the lead, and I'm joining him as a co-sponsor of an amendment that will address that issue. I don't know if this is the time to talk about that, Mr. Chairman, but we pay for it with the 3-month extension by getting rid of the direct payments and ag subsidies, $6 billion with them, which frankly has already been agreed to as part of the Farm Bill process, as part of the Ag Bill. So on a bipartisan basis, we've already agreed to at least $6 billion, at least, there's more in there, but at least $6 billion in savings from the Farm Bill. So for goodness sakes, we can pass the Farm Bill in January, but the part we've agreed on the $6 billion in cuts to ag subsidies, we can use those right now to make sure 1 million Americans don't lose their unemployment compensation. They're not left out in the cold. And by the way, according to the Congressional Budget Office, it not only provides a little more security to those families, it also will result in another 200,000 jobs for the economy over the next year. Helps the economy, helps struggling families, paid for by subsidy cuts already agreed to in the Farm Bill. So while we're making sure doctors get paid to provide Medicare, by God, let's have a vote, Mr. Chairman, on making sure that 1 million plus Americans are not left out in the cold 2 days after Christmas.
Would the gentleman yield? I was really I did understand last night that when they filed the bill as well as the SGR piece separately, which would then be joined in the rule and voted on together with the budget bill. But I didn't quite understand the fact that you had signed off on the budget part, but you were not part of the SGR debate.
That's right.
Correct?
Again, you know, and Chairman Ryan can confirm this, and Senator Murray will. The budget agreement was negotiated on its own merits, right? And looking at it on its own merits, I conclude that the pros outweigh the cons. One of the things the Democrats had hoped to have in that budget agreement was some unemployment compensation fix.
And that was
we were not able to get that in the budget agreement, again, I think on its own terms, but right, so exactly what you're saying. We did not have SGR as part of that. And now our view is if we're going to get to vote on an SGR fix, we should also vote to extend unemployment compensation for 3 months, paid for as I suggested.
Absolutely. I think you're absolutely right. We all know something has to be done by SGR, but I don't know how any kind of conscience we can take care of doctors and let people whose unemployment insurance pays their rent and keeps the food on the table. And as you pointed out, that new study, which was quite interesting that we saw the other day, about what that means to the economy. We will try our best here to get with the colleagues, I think, who feel the same way we do. We don't want to be the Grinch that stole Christmas here, or it's much worse than that. It's really not a good thing that this Congress of the United States would say we're going to take care of this part of the population. But these people, for no fault of their own, as you point out, because their jobs have gone overseas or just disappeared, that they're going to lose their only means of support, only means of survival, really. So thank you for making it clear. I didn't realize it was not a part of the agreement.
Ms. Van Hollen, thank you very much for your not only your words of encouragement, and I will be pleased to address those in just a minute. And I thank the gentleman very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Lowy, welcome. You've done very well in the year. You've spent a good time before the Rules Committee, and we appreciate not only every time you're here, but the enlightenment that you give this committee, and the gentlewoman is recognized at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it's a pleasure for me to be here and have an opportunity to between my two friends, and I hope that this will all end amicably for the American people. The budget deal is in many ways a breakthrough in a difficult budget year. It provides partial sequester relief and can help the Appropriations Committee finally return to regular order. The new appropriations allocation will make it easier for the House and Senate to craft bills that protect important priorities and make job-creating investments. Left in place, the cuts from sequestration would continue to slow economic growth and job creation. This agreement restores about 63% of the sequester on non-defense discretionary spending. Essentially, it would return overall funding levels in FY 2014 for non-defense discretionary services and investments to roughly the FY 2013 enacted level before sequester. It would hold defense funding levels roughly consistent with the 2013 level after sequester. However, the budget deal...
Gentlewoman, Ms. Spence, just a moment, please. I don't know whether you have your microphone on or off, but if we could turn... And then maybe pull a little bit. I don't know that you have to start over, but she did not.
Thank you
You'll just
very
pull
much.
a little bit closer to you. Thank you.
However, the budget deal is a compromise, and as such does not do everything I wish it did, and does some things I wish it did not. First, it is unconscionable that the deal does not extend long-term unemployment benefits. Approximately 4 million Americans are considered long-term unemployed and have been looking for work for more than 6 months. Without action now, more than 1.3 million of them will lose their benefits December 28th. Even with the progress our economy has seen since the depths of the recession, there are still 1.3 million fewer jobs today than when the recession started 6 years ago. The Rules Committee is contemplating adding a section to the budget deal to prevent compensation cuts for doctors who serve Medicare patients. I understand Mr. Levin has an amendment to extend emergency unemployment benefits for the long-term jobless as well. and I support both efforts, and I do hope we can accomplish both. While I see the budget deal as a modest improvement over sequestration, I'm not sure that Democrats can vote for a package that adds SGR, which we support, but does not allow us to address long-term unemployment. The offsets included in this package are not ideal. I'm deeply upset that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle insisted on extending the 2% sequester on Medicare providers for 2 years. In addition, Republicans rejected closing corporate tax loopholes as put forth by the ranking member in the Budget Committee, Mr. Van Hollen. Why not take away tax benefits for corporate jets instead of making the flying public pay higher fees for TSA? However, we must weigh both the merits and drawbacks as we consider whether this is the best deal for our country at this time. In my judgment, we cannot continue lurching from crisis to crisis. We can't spend any more time fighting about a fiscal year that started 3 months ago. I thank you for your audience. I thank you for listening to us. And I do regret that I have to leave for another obligation, Mr. Chairman, but I know that I am leaving this with these gentlemen in very, very good hands, and I thank you very, very much.
Ms. Lowy, thank you very much for joining us and you taking time to be up here. You've now indicated that you would need to leave early, and so what I'd like to do is confine, if we can, questions that might be directed to Ms. Lowy at this time, and I have no questions. Is there a Republican that has questions about this matter to Mrs. Lowy? Thank you very much. Is there a Democrat that would have? Ms. Lowy,
Good thing we can just keep this going.
I don't know that that success will continue very much longer.
Oh,
but,
I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Chairman.
But we do want to thank you very much for being here. I know that you were here with Mr. Rogers, chairman of the committee, and we came to some agreement that if we could let our budget people on a bipartisan, bicameral basis get together, it would enable you a better chance and Mr. Rogers a chance to get the work done. So please leave here knowing that we still stand behind that effort, and we look forward to seeing you again.
I want to thank you very much. I want to thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As you know, Chairman Rogers made a very strong statement, and he wanted to conclude this process about over a month ago, because we know that working together we could have gotten this done. But this is our opportunity. I hope we can accomplish our goals, and I look forward to working with Chairman Rogers. And I do hope that in addition to the SGR, we can deal with extending long-term unemployment benefits, because I think it's so important to the bipartisan nature of this project. And I thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. Gentlewoman is excused at this time, and thank you very much. Mr. Ryan, there's been a good bit of discussion about unemployment compensation. Mr. Levin, did you intend to be in this panel or the next panel?
I'd like to join you.
Good. I did not know whether you were going to be here for the SGR panel. I was told you're going to take part in the. It is. SGR is next. So I gathered when I did not see you join this panel. The gentlewoman, if you would choose to be a part of this first panel and or the second panel, we'd love to have you. Please join us at the table at this time.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I did not know when I saw you sit back there for a second.
I wasn't sure what panel I was on.
Well, you know what? You're welcome, and we're delighted to see you today, and the gentleman is recognized.
Could I pass out a fact sheet, Mr. Chairman?
That would be fine. Do you have copies for the committee, or is committee in receipt of this, Doug?
Don't give out mine.
Sorry.
If the gentleman, is that copies for the committee right there?
We have extra copies here.
Thank you very much. We'll let the clerk go ahead and get those around to us. Thank you very much. And does the gentleman wish to enter that into the record also?
I'd like to speak.
With that objection, that'll be entered into the record as well as anything else you prepared. Ryan, gentleman's recognized.
Can I just be sure each of you has a copy? as Mr. Van Hollen has said, we're presenting an amendment, and I'd like to take a few minutes to talk with each of you as to the reason for this, and very much to you, Mr. Chairman. As I listened to the testimony and reviewed the budget agreement, I think the impact of the budget agreement, the overall budget agreement on individuals probably will not be known immediately. The appropriations committees have to implement it. But the impact on individuals in this country of specific provisions will be known immediately. That's SGR and UI. I think the failure to act on UI, having decided to do so on SGR, puts at risk, as Mr. Van Hollen and the ranking member have said, puts the entire bill at risk. What it also does is to place immediately at risk 1.3 million people. On the 28th of December, 1 million, and now I refer to the fact sheet, 1,300,000 people will lose their entire unemployment insurance. These are long-term unemployed. We have an unusual record of long-term unemployed in this country. Well over a third of those who are unemployed have been unemployed for over 26 weeks. And last month, when the unemployment figure dipped, the percentage of long-term unemployed even went up. So we now have, this is the federal benefits in addition to the state benefits. As we say in this fact sheet, there are now 3 unemployed workers for every available job, when a very important company, Walmart, asked for applications in this area. 23,000 people applied for 600 jobs. So despite the growth in employment, there remains a major challenge to the long-term unemployed. Also, on the fourth point of this document, it outlines the duration of the federal program. This is the EUC program. And essentially, it's dropped significantly in recent times, is said here, from 73 weeks 2 years ago to 47 weeks. And it's already phased out because of as the unemployment rate goes down, the number of weeks available also goes down. Also, as pointed out, the average benefit is $300 a week. That's on average what 1.3 million people are living on. If we don't act next year, there will be an additional 1.9 million people who will lose their federal benefits the first 6 months. So it's 1.3 plus 1.9. The chart also shows the breakout by states, and I hope you'll look at the chart to see the impact state by state. And let me finish by talking not only about the individual impact, but also the impact on the economy of eliminating this program. And I want to emphasize it's a complete cutoff. In the past, there has been some phase out. There is no phase out here. It's instantaneous loss of the entire amount. In terms of the economy, the CBO has estimated that if we allow this program to end, it will cost 200,000 jobs. So let me conclude. The Speaker said a few days ago that he was open to looking at this. So in a sense, I'm making a personal appeal, not on behalf of myself or any of us here in Washington, but on behalf of 1.3 million people, their families, 20,000 veterans. If we're going to provide reimbursement to physicians, and I favor that, I think we need to be sure we don't leave 1.3 million people out in the cold. The estimate is that in the last year, 2.5 million people were lifted out of poverty because of unemployment insurance. And I know there's a concern in this institution, including by the chairman of the Budget Committee and his colleague, Mr. Van Hollen, and all of us about poverty in this country. If we fail to act to extend this program, as we have every decade when there's been this high level of long-term unemployment, we're going to increase poverty in this country. We're going to increase misery in this country instantaneously. Instantaneously. And so when the Speaker said he was open, I hope we can take him at his word. We're presenting here a proposal with a pay for. If there is some concern about the pay for, I think we should sit down and work out an alternative. Traditionally, we have not paid for the extension of unemployment insurance because it's been considered an emergency like a storm. But for 1.3 million people, if we don't act, it will essentially be a hurricane. If it's essential that we have a pay for, let's sit down together on a bipartisan basis and work it out. I think even if this weren't a holiday season, we would have to step up to the plate. Surely we need to do that today and tomorrow. This is an emergency pending for 1.3 million people and their families. And I just want to emphasize, it ends immediately. We've never done that. Never. We phased it out, and we have phased down the length of benefits dramatically. I don't think we want to essentially throw out into the cold or whatever the temperature is 1.3 million people. Thank you.
Ms. Levin, thank you very much, and I appreciate you being a part of this panel. Obviously, your effort of not only what you strongly believe and agree with and being here at the table is very important for this committee to hear. I will tell you that I'll answer the question that the gentleman, Mr. Van Hollen, asked, and that was about the putting this SGR piece in, but avoiding the unemployment piece. And I think the gentleman knows that for quite some time, Republicans have had problems with the economic policies that the President of the United States has in place, that he insists in place, that include tax increases, more rules and regulation, taxing people in manufacturing, taxing people in health care, millions of people losing their own health care, energy taxes, a demand for higher taxes and brutal rules and regulations upon the people who have jobs today, on banking, on small business, on large business. There's not one person, not any part of the sector of our economy that has been unscathed from new taxes, rules and regulations, and more government ownership of the free enterprise system. The Republican Party has tried for quite some time now to take up the issue of jobs, job creation, job investment, lowering taxes, more people being employed. We've tried all the way up to and including on energy issues that include Keystone Pipeline and other issues that would be not just solving our problem because energy prices have doubled under President Obama and food prices have doubled under President Obama's economic plans that he had for the country, but really as a job creation. We've been stonewalled across the board. When Mrs. Clinton was Secretary of State, it was up to her to make a decision. The President couldn't make a decision after that. We get a new Secretary of State. It starts back over. We're in our 5th year of trying to get a simple pipeline that wouldn't even come close to Washington, D.C., but somehow people in Washington care more about local communities than they think they do than people that live there. So I, as chairman of the Rules Committee, began going over this package, not only with the gentleman, Mr. Ryan, but also other members of our leadership. And the President, several weeks ago, indicated that he did not believe that we would be entered into this discussion and agreement because it would bring up other sensitive issues. What you're here today to do is exactly what Mr. Ryan, Mr. Van Hollen are trying to do. They're bringing a bipartisan, bicameral agreement. That means that Mr. Ryan had to give on some pieces, Mr. Van Hollen, Mrs. Murray would have to give on some pieces. And we're for jobs and job creation in this country, and Republicans want very much to make sure that jobs are available, that jobs and investment can happen. I see no deal that has been brought forward at this time, and thus this committee will not be entertaining that. The things which we are going to bring together today do include a bipartisan, bicameral agreement, including SGR, including the deal that Mr. Van Hollen and Mr. Ryan forthrightly bring to this committee. So that's what's in my purview today, and I will continue to want to press those members of Congress who have the responsibility up to it, including the President of the United States, to come to the table to find an agreement on what we're going to do about not only unemployment compensation, but about jobs and job creation. And somehow, to me, they fit in the same mix. I am very concerned. It does not make me feel happy or good, nor anyone at this table. And the gentleman, Mr. Ryan, speaks to me personally about people who are back home, who are caught in a trap of long-term unemployment. And he and I want to do something. Chris Van Hollen, a man who I work with a lot, not only as a friend, but as a person who understands he has a compassionate heart, wants to go to a better model. That was not presented to us today. It's not been presented on a bicameral or bipartisan basis today. So I do not toss you out. I admire you for what you're saying and doing. But what I would say to you is I need you to find on a bicameral, bipartisan basis men and women, including the President of the United States, who will sit down and craft a deal about jobs and job creation in this country. And this committee will be very open, and I, as the chairman, will be very pleased to get behind a deal like that where we can do the right thing. If you'll help do that, I'll be glad to help do that too, because I, much like you, am deeply concerned about people and their jobs. I know and you know, the longer you go without a job, the harder it becomes. It becomes harder, and you change the way you think and the conditions that you deal with your family and the way you deal with others. So I think it's a national crisis. I said this 5 years ago, and sure enough, it is. It is today. And it comes because of higher taxes, more rules and regulations, manufacturing, healthcare, energy, banking, small business, large business, and taking people's health care away.
Could I respond in one sentence?
You know, I'll get to you in a second. I'm consuming the time right now, and I appreciate it very much. The bottom line is I'm giving Mr. Van Hollen an answer, and it's not a no. It is when you bring forth to this committee an opportunity for us to have what I consider necessary, a bipartisan, a bicameral answer, and that will mean that the President of the United States needs to engage us. Now, if the gentleman who wished to reply to me, the gentleman is recognized.
Two things quickly. Whatever the differences might be on the list you read,
Yes, sir.
we should not take it out on 1.3 million people.
Well, sir, let me say
and
this.
that's essentially, when you essentially say, let's reimburse physicians, but leave 1.3 million people immediately out in the cold, they're not responsible for whatever differences we have in Washington. They're not responsible. If we knew their names and their addresses, and they could come forth here, as 3 did a few weeks ago, I have no doubt we would pass the extension. The problem is they're faceless, they're nameless, except when we try to find them. We sent out communications throughout this country to newspapers, including your state, Mr. Ryan, and every state we could. And the response that came back from newspapers, from editorial boards, and reporters was overwhelming. And they went out and talked to the people. And I suggest everybody should have gone home and gone to offices where people come in, as they have to in every state, who are long-term unemployed, and ask them their stories. And even if 1/1000th of the 1.3 million were here today in front of this committee, I have to feel that we would act. Physician reimbursement is important. You're not holding physicians and seniors hostage to the disagreements that you mentioned. You're not holding them hostage. We should not hold hostage 1.3 million people and their families hostage to the disagreements we have over the list you read. That's what we're doing if we don't act. We're holding them hostage, and the reason we think, some of us, I hope none of us, think that can happen is because they're not here, because we can't even get their names and addresses. But when they came, and I'll finish with this, Michigan, at random, they came before us, 12 people, and told us their stories. I don't think anybody here could look them in the eye and say, on December 28, you're done. So they're not to blame. These 1.3 million people, they're out of work, they're looking for work. They're not to blame for any differences here. No more than seniors or physicians are to blame. So how, as you said so well, in good conscience, can we say we're going to now reimburse physicians because there's going to be a cut and the people they treat, and we're not going to address an elimination? It's not a cut of 25%. It's 100% elimination of their benefits. They've exhausted state benefits. They've exhausted them. We've never done this with this. This is a historically high still percentage of long-term unemployed. And we can debate, and we respect our differences as to why we get here, why we haven't been faster in action. I think we've tried, some of us. We've had our disagreements. But they're not to blame. These are blameless people. We're going to throw them into poverty. We're going to take away what they need to eat, to pay rent, and as they said in Michigan, and they said before us here a few weeks ago, to help them look for work. You're incapacitating. You're demoralizing. That isn't what we should be doing. And the speaker said he was open. So let's take these hours and sit down, the White House and the speaker and the leader and the chairs of our committee and ranking members, and figure out how we do this. 3 months. We're not talking any more about a year. 3 months like SGR. We did, and I'll finish, 3 months SGR because we need to figure out how we're going to handle it, right? That's why we're doing 3 months. We're not doing it for a year. We're going to mark up tomorrow in Ways and Means a bipartisan bill on SGR to try to reform it the long term. But while we do that, we need to address this immediate crisis for human beings. Thank you.
Mr. Ladden, thank you very much, and you do continue to press, and I respect you pressing the issues that you came forth to the committee for. I will tell you that this committee has for a long, long time handled over 41 bills, up to and including doing away with the manufacturing tax on medical devices. We've tried to do a lot of things. I visited Butler, Pennsylvania over a year ago and heard a man very clearly say he wanted to expand his business in providing outdoor furniture, but he couldn't because of the Obama regulations that were on clean air, and he wanted to quadruple the size of his plant and hire 300 more people in Butler, Pennsylvania. I've been to Iowa and heard about companies that were shutting down their business because they had to get under a threshold that President Obama's economic policies under the Affordable Care Act that were completely supported by the Democratic Party that diminishes jobs in this country. So I would say to you that somebody's got to take responsibility for what they've done, not just call them nameless, faithless. They are people back home that every member of Congress knows a certain group of people. And I've tried my darndest, and so have others in this body, for a long time to have discussions. And I don't understand why Keystone Pipeline, that may only barely touch Texas, why the President didn't even give two flips about that, and why every time we bring that up in our jobs that we want to talk about that are back home are diminished. And now, here we get to the last minute, and it's not even part of a bipartisan, bicameral deal. So thank you very much. Mr. Ryan, today you brought forth an opportunity for us to see this package. And it's one that you described as not a big deal, but an agreement that will move us forward for the next 2 years. Please tell me and give me a better understanding about the sequestration piece, how the sequestration was handled for this year and for next year, if you can please do that.
I think they handed these charts out, did they not?
Yes, sir. We do have charts.
I can walk you through a chart if you want, or I can just verbally give it to you. If you look at the chart, this is the one with the lines on the top. The top line is the Budget Control Act, and those are the Budget Control Act caps, which we passed as a bipartisan bill in 2011. The red line is the sequester. The green line with the area shadowed underneath is what this bipartisan budget agreement achieves. To give you a dollar figure, the red line, the sequester, kicked in a year ago. It dropped discretionary spending total to $987. In January, it goes down to $967, and then it starts climbing again to $995 to $1016 and on. And so, as you see, you have a drop in spending, and then it starts resuming growth, just like the Budget Control Act does. What this agreement does is it basically prevents that drop, and then continues on the line going forward. What this agreement does is it pays for that prevention of the drop. We call it filling the valley. It pays for that sequester relief.
So in other words, you're taking future.
We're taking it from another side of spending, which is just rounding the numbers. About a third of our spending is discretionary, and about two-thirds. It's not quite that, but about two-thirds is what we call mandatory spending, entitlements, autopilot spending. So we're taking savings from the mandatory side of the budget, which Congress doesn't deal with on an annual basis, to pay for the sequester relief on the discretionary side. We're actually overcompensating so that we result in net deficit reduction. So we have $85 billion of savings from mandatory spending, the part that Congress doesn't deal with on an annual basis, that's on autopilot. We're getting savings, that $85 billion of savings, to pay for $63 billion to be added back to the sequester to prevent that drop. And the way it breaks down is it's 50-50, defense and non-defense. So 50% of that savings or that relief goes to defense, 50% of it goes to domestic. Like Ms. Slaughter said, on the domestic, my personal hope is they go to basic research. They go to NIH. They go to basic health research. Every one of us are going to have our priorities on where this ought to go. But what this does for the first time in 3 years is it gives us a unified, bipartisan, and bicameral number that we can write our appropriation bills to. In 2014, which we're in the middle of that fiscal year, that will be 1012, $1,012 billion. In FY15, next fiscal year, starting October 1, that number will be 1014, $1,014. And then, just like this chart shows you on the red line, it just picks up where it leaves off. 2016, in 2016, it's 1016. And that's basically what this agreement does. Half going back to defense, half going back to to domestic. And then the Appropriations Committee will write their bills. And the Appropriations Committee will decide how those things are allocated. But the reason this prevents government shutdowns in the future, which is because we've always had a difference between the top-line number. The House had its top-line number here, and the Senate had its top-line number there. Never agreed to it, and then did continuing resolutions. Now we've got the same top-line number with this agreement, so we had the top line to agree to, and we will debate among ourselves how to compose spending within that top-line number. And that's why this basically gives us an agreement that avoids government shutdowns.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Mr. Bishop.
Do I get to ask questions on anything here?
Yeah, I've done generally that, so I would say that the gentleman will be right in order. However, I would remind the gentleman that the SGR discussion generally would be done on the second panel. Well, we're expecting a second panel. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Gentleman's recognized.
I won't say what I was going to say. First of all, I'm sure some on the other side will actually ask the administrative statement to be put in the record. I just want to know if this is suitable for framing. This is the only one I've seen that doesn't talk about the word veto in there. This is a momentous piece of paper. Secondly,
No objection, gentlemen. We'll enter that into the record.
I actually didn't want to do that, but that's fine. Mr. Van Hollen, if you can answer in 3 sentences or fewer, you mentioned that this agreement will help assist in not having furloughs this year. Do you want to elaborate on that very, very briefly?
Sure, it's very simple. Which is that sequesters that were in place at very deep cuts. Those cuts ended up requiring federal agencies to furlough their employees, and by reducing those cuts, they'll have more funds.
So, Mr. Ryan, I think on the Senate side, or on the military side, I apologize for this equation. Come January, if we don't do this deal, there will be another
$20 billion.
$20 billion
Yeah,
cut.
the sequester hits defense 100% in January. So all the remaining cuts in the sequester accrue solely to defense starting in January.
So the good approach was what the House did in putting the number up around 550, 557, I believe. This puts it down around somewhere around 520.
It would be 520.464.
Okay, and so it'd be another $20 billion below that if we do not do something automatically.
That's
This
correct.
is why you're talking
That's
about
correct.
the furloughs.
That's correct. Yeah,
That's a
22
plus.
below. 22 below.
2 other things just in the weeds, if I could. The idea of dealing with federal employees' pension benefits. The program you have put into place only affects those who are new hires
It's
who have
prospective.
not been
That's right.
vested.
That's right.
That's a good thing to do. It's much better than some of the ideas.
But that was,
we've
to
had.
be fair, that was Mr. Van Hollen's
Then I
request.
congratulate you. It's a good thing to do. Secondly, I do want you, if you just talk about the mineral lease royalty monies that go from 50% down to 48%. This may not be a deal killer, but it has an impact on the West that
I
far
understand
exceeds anyone else. And if you'd just like to defend that and then maybe answer the question, if we were to justify that again in the future and put it back where God intended it to be at 50%.
So this is an issue where states and the federal government share in the costs of the administrative fees of processing mineral leases on federal lands that are within respective states. This is, like you say, I don't think it's a deal killer. There are a lot of things in this that we needed to come up with pay-fors to pay for the sequester relief. I think the proper venue for fixing this from a Western state's perspective is through the authorizing process, change the law that governs all of this.
The only difference is in the future we'd have to come up with an offset.
That's right. That's right.
Let
This
me-
is current practice, though. We're just extending the current practice.
Let me just say, in my home state, when I was in the legislature, the counties came towards the state and wanted permission to add a fee onto the collection of property taxes for the sole purpose of collecting that fee. And I remember one of the senior members at that looking at the county officials who were asking for an extra an extra 2% to fund the fee collection. And he simply said, isn't there something that counties just do? The idea of having the states having to help in the payment of the administration of this that is done by the federal government, isn't there something the government just has to do? This has an extremely negative impact, primarily on the Mountain West, Wyoming greatest. My state is not left out of the equation. I'm not really crazy about that. However, I appreciate what you have both done, or you and the committees that you put together have done to come up with some kind of an agreement here. It's not a great bill. The House bill was a great bill. This is a whole lot better than chaos. And usually when people thank you for your hard work and effort, that's a precondition of saying I'm not going to vote for it. I'm not going to go that far. I'm just going to say I want to thank you for the efforts you put into that and for answering those questions that are somewhat in the weeds right now.
Thank you.
Yield back. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. And first of all, to Mr. Ryan and to Mr. Van Hollen, you know, I appreciate the fact that there's been some give and take on this, and I appreciate the fact that we're slowly but surely beginning to chip away at sequestration, which I personally think was an all-time high in recklessness and stupidity. The notion that went into play, that the people in this chamber voted for that, even that the fact that the president agreed to sign it and go for that deal, to me defies comprehension, because it has ruined this economy in so many ways. I mean, I've talked to medical researchers who have talked to me about programs that have been stopped, aimed at trying to find cures to Parkinson's and Alzheimer's disease, which, by the way, would not only improve the quality of life for people, but save a whole boatload of money. Monies in the National Science Foundation that have been cut, that have reduced to some important research programs to keep us competitive. So anything that helps kind of get us back away from sequestration, I think, is a good thing, and this is a small step in that direction. So I do appreciate that. I too want to think there should be an SGR fix, but I do want to say that it is really troubling to me that we can't even get a vote on the extension of unemployment insurance. And as Mr. Levin said, on December 28th, these 1.3 million people are just going to get cut. There's no gradual weaning off the program. They're off the program. And I want to remind everybody about something else that has happened. On November 1st of this year, the Recovery Act monies that were invested in the SNAP program stopped. And so every single person who received SNAP received a cut. Every single person. For the average family of three, was about a $30 to $35 cut in their food stamp benefit. Add on to this, you know, for these families, a total cutoff of unemployment compensation. And what the hell are they supposed to do? I mean, how do they survive? I mean, I guess they can go ask their food pantries for more food. I don't know how they pay their rent. I don't know how they survive. And I get it. I mean, I appreciate Mr. Sessions' kind of diatribe on, we want to send President Obama a message, so we're going to punish unemployed people and poor people as the way to send him a message. I can't quite follow that logic. If you want to talk about a lousy economy, I'm happy to go back and talk about the economy that President Obama inherited from a Republican president, George Bush. But other than being good therapy for me, that wouldn't really accomplish anything. And so I guess the request from those of us on the Democratic side is to say, look, I mean, let's, in the spirit of bipartisanship, you agreed to this budget deal. The SGR thing was put on, not as a part of the budget agreement, but you decided to put it on. In the spirit of bipartisanship, let us have our vote on the extension of unemployment insurance. If you don't like it, you can vote no. If you don't like the offset, come up with a different offset. But the notion that we're going to go home for the holidays, not come back until after the new year, and just ignore this issue. I don't care what your philosophy or ideology is, but the fact of the matter is, though, I think the one thing that is indisputable is that there are a bunch of people that are going to lose their benefits on December 28th. And I just don't know how you can do that. So just give us a vote. And you can vote no. I mean, you could say you don't believe that, people should be on unemployment. You can give all your usual arguments about, a culture of dependency, even though these people are actively looking for jobs. And I think every one of us meets people in our offices who have tried time and time again to find a job but unsuccessfully. But you can do whatever you want. But I think there are a number of people in your own party who would vote for it. I don't know whether, Mr. Van Hollen, you wanted to add anything, or...
As we discussed, the budget agreement was negotiated on its own merits. As you indicated, and I think it moves us forward, a small but positive step. But this effort to fix SGR, the doc fix at the last minute, which I support, was not part of the agreement. And therefore, if we're going to add this, or at least have an opportunity to vote on this, we should make sure we have an opportunity to vote to make sure those 1.3 million people are not left out. So I thank you for your effort. I hope this committee will do the right thing and let the American people have a vote on this.
And I just close by reminding you that cut in the SNAP benefit. I mean, that's before we get to what you want to do in the Farm Bill. That doesn't even count that. But there already has been an automatic cut. So this is a desperate time for a number of people in this country, and I mean, part of what we're supposed to be here for is to help people. I mean, and if government is not here to make sure that people don't fall through the cracks, like the people we're talking about who will lose their benefits on December 28th, who have seen their food stamp benefit already cut, totally out of the blue, they were not even warned about that. If we're not here for that, then I don't know what the hell we're here for. So I would urge my Republican colleagues to, when we bring up a request for a vote on adding Mr. Van Hollen's request for a vote on unemployment compensation extension, that you at least give us the vote. I mean, you can vote against it, but just give us that opportunity. I thank the chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Georgia recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciated this, what looked like a little glimpse of what working together would look like. And, you win a few here and you win a few there, and suddenly you're on a roll and you're actually doing those things that Mr. McGovern just talked about. I would say that characterizing this Congress as some folks who want to help people in need and some folks who don't does absolutely nothing to bring us closer to those solutions, and in fact takes us in the wrong direction. I appreciate what a challenging effort this has been for the conferees, and appreciate what we've got before us. Mr. Van Hollen, I wanted to ask you, I've gotten to talk to Chairman Ryan a good deal over the last 24 hours, but what I heard Mr. McGovern say was that this was a good first step towards breaking the sequester, which was a bad policy to begin with. I kind of look at this as the sequester is the only thing that pushed us to the conference table. And short of the sequester, I candidly wonder if we would have had the bicameral, bipartisan commitment to making these things happen in the way that we are. My question to you is, because we have worked on the Budget Committee together trying to find a pathway forward. Pathways are only valuable if they are bicameral and end up on the President's desk. What for you is this agreement? Is it a signal that the sequester can be broken, and if we keep chipping away at it, soon there'll be no sequester at all? Is it a signal that we can work together if the incentives are in the right place, and if we work together, we can really solve some serious problems? Where do you think this is going to take us?
Well, Mr. Woodall, and it is good to serve with you on the Budget Committee. And look, I agree with Mr. McGovern that the sequester is a very counterproductive public policy. I think it is eroded a lot of important investments, and it's been a drag on the economy. Where there's agreement, as you know, is that we need to start looking to other parts of the budget to resolve these issues. This was a small step forward. I think that Chairman Ryan would agree that if you're talking about replacing the sequester on a multi-year basis, which I think would be a good idea because I do not think the problem is discretionary spending, that you've got to hit the broader issues in the budget. Now, one of the reasons this budget negotiation was successful was it put to the side the more controversial big pieces. By doing that, it limited the scope and choice of options to the kind of things that you're seeing here. The cupboard's kind of bare after this. on those items. And so I hope we will get to the larger issues. And the larger issues, as my colleagues have said, include, in our view, the need to shut a lot of tax breaks and loopholes and preferences, not simply for the purpose of reducing tax rates, but also contributing to deficit reduction as we look at some of the other issues in the mandatory budget. And that's going to be the way forward. But I think it's too early to say whether this small step will lead to larger steps, because those big issues and differences are in front of us. We'd like to make progress, and we'll have to see.
In the 3 years that I've had the 7th District of Georgia's voting card, we haven't had that many conference committees come together to try to sort things out. It is my great hope and expectation that it is a step forward in that way. What they tell me, and you've just come from it, so you can tell me if this is true, what they tell me happens in a conference committee is it looks like it's going to be impossible to bridge the divide, that the divide is just, you know, whether it's $1 million or $1 trillion, because folks come to the committee dug in, it looks like it's going to be impossible, but you get your first little victory and you find an agreement, and then you get your second little victory, that's two, and then you move to maybe a medium size agreement, and finally you end up hammering out the whole deal. My youthful expectation, my hope, is that this is one of those little things that matters, but that it begins that momentum rolling forward. If this turned out to be the end of the line instead of the beginning of the line, no matter which side of the aisle you sit on, I can't believe your constituents will be well served by that. So thank you for your service on that committee, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Levin. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Hastings, recognized.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Different than my good friend from Georgia, I don't have youthful expectations. I'm seasoned and grizzled by the process that we continue to perpetuate here in this place. I just had a very warm experience as I stepped out of the room momentarily. I met Mr. and Mrs. Miller, the mother and father of Gabriella Miller, that we will be voting on a measure that is designated in her name. And while we were here, the majority leader, Mr. Cantor, was speaking on the floor. But just to touch those people who bore a child that died at age 10 that was an advocate for pediatric research brings me to the conclusion that Mr. Ryan suggested, and that is that research in health matters is particularly critical, and however the savings come about, I hope that we are able to do the things that are vital in that arena as well as others. Mr. Levin, how much would it cost to provide the 3 months of unemployment insurance for the 1.3 million Americans that are unemployed? Do you know that figure?
About $6 billion.
About $6 billion. And then, Mr. Van Hollen, am I correct that we are going to, with this measure, this short-term measure, that we are going to increase the defense budget by $2 billion over the period of time?
Over last year's defense, over fiscal year 2013 defense spending, to fiscal year 2014 would be $2.4 billion
All right.
higher.
So looking forward, recognizing that this measure, and I compliment you all, I know that it was exceedingly difficult to get this first step. And I'm not kidding when I say that when we get to 2015 and 2016, and even before that, when the appropriators start the very hard process of which measures to include in the framework, then the rubber is going to hit the road. But I'm hopeful that we could do what Gabriella said, and some of us saw her on television. I didn't know until just a moment ago that the parents were from Miami. But anyway, her last statement that is carried publicly was that we should stop talking and start doing. And I hope that that's what we wind up doing in this process. I personally am conflicted as to whether or not I will vote on tomorrow or Friday or whenever this measure comes up, largely for the reason that I don't understand why we can't go ahead and address the significant problems that are in need of being dealt with insofar as tax reform and other measures are concerned. And putting it off, I like this first step, but then naming a fee for the airlines or calling it a fee, the consumer is going to pay more, and that's troubling because the consumers are paying more for everything everywhere we look. And so we may as well get on with the business of dealing with closing all those loopholes that all of us know exist and dealing with matters realistically in that regard. The unemployment insurance measure, if we could and we can, we have the power here in the Rules Committee to permit, as we are, the doc fix to be voted on. If it's included, then I shut up and I vote for this, knowing that you all have more work to hammer out. By virtue of the fact that it may not be included, then I'll be on the floor tomorrow and later on today talking with people and encouraging them not to support this measure, joining with people from American Prosperity and Heritage that I hope I always get a 0 when they're scoring me. But I'll fool around and get a 90 or 1 or something by joining with them. But I can't leave that many people by the wayside in all candor unless I have a better understanding about what's happening here. I also am not satisfied about the federal workers. I understand what was done, that the new federal workers, the ones that come in after 2014, will be the ones that will be affected. I get that. And I also am opposed to the military reductions. There are several little things about it that I don't think you all had enough time to look at. Sometimes a person retires from the military, and the manifestation of the problems that were created while they were in the military don't show up until much later on. And toward that end, if looked at in hard black letter legislation, some of them would be left out. There won't be but 8 or 9 people on another measure that I just thought about, and it wouldn't matter that much other than to the individual. But people that are convicted, that are in prison, that we've been sending unemployment checks to, and I agree that we should not. Somewhere along the line, somebody that's in jail 6 or 7 years is going to learn, the system is going to learn that person wasn't guilty. So are we going to bank their unemployment that they would have achieved during that period of time? It's a little matter. It ain't even worthy of my having wasted your time thinking about it. But these are some of the things that are left out there. And let me tell you why the federal worker issue is going to be hard. It's going to be hard for the reason that we need to recruit fine young people like these people seated around this wall that are our brains for this process. And they are already coming into the system. I don't know about the young people that work with you, and I don't know about every one of the agencies. But I do know that there have been freezes that cause me not to be able to give the young people that work with me 3-4 years a raise, and I don't think that's right. And when I'm trying to have someone come in, and I lost 3 people because of recent events, when I have other people coming in and I'm having a discussion with them about what they can look at toward the future, They're going to have to pay more into their pension benefits. They're going to get less, and then they may not get a raise with me for a while either. And if they can find themselves a job somewhere else, that's what they should do, and I would encourage it. And that's where we have a problem in this nation. And I'll stop with this. There are no jobs. And we can talk all we want to. We can claim all we need to for our constituents. But there just are no jobs out there for young people. And that's why we should be about the things that have been advocated here for years. And that is the infrastructure development and all the things that are needed in an effort to try to produce a few jobs. And I do accuse the large institutions that have kept that money offshore and are finding creative ways to keep their money offshore rather than invest in this country. And that's large manufacturers and banks. I read over the weekend how they are managing to keep their funds overseas. That's not fair. And you all have done all you can on this measure. But I sure hope this Rules Committee includes unemployment insurance. If not, then you will have one person that will be trying to persuade people not to vote for this measure. And I don't like that, because I think you all have done all you can at this point, not all you should, but this institution is continuing to fail, in my judgment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back the chair. Thanks, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Nugent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I certainly want to thank this panel, and particularly all the hard work. And I know walking down the hall with Mr. Van Hollen as we're coming to this meeting, he has reservations, and I know that Mr. Ryan has reservations in regards to not everybody got everything they wanted out of it. I guess that's what negotiation's all about. But and I have mixed feelings about it, I'll be honest with you. I'm not sure where I fall at the end of the day, but what really gets my attention is what's happening to our military today. What sequestration has done to our military holds real great peril for us in the future, particularly for all the things that we talk about, all the programs we want to do, all the people we want to help. When we have a Secretary of Defense who's talking about cutting active duty soldiers' pay, those that are out there in the field today risking their lives for this country, not on a mission they asked for, but one that they volunteered for, but have been directed by the President and others to go implement. To cut their pay, to balance a budget, is just unconscionable. I can't believe that that would even be a consideration. I've had to deal with budgets in good times and bad. And I hear my friends talk about how terrible it is that some employee may get their pay frozen in the federal government. And I feel for them, but I had to do that as a sheriff. When we had decreased revenues and we had a budget and we had to make decisions, do we lay people off? Do we give pay raises? What would you rather do? You freeze their salary so you don't have to lay people off. You make tough decisions. That's the real world. And, when I first came to Florida as a cop from Chicago and found out that I didn't have to pay a nickel into my retirement system, I couldn't believe it. How could the government pay for my retirement and I didn't have to contribute to it like I did when I was up in Illinois? Well, guess what? Today they have to pay 3% because it's just not sustainable to do that. The largesse of government is on the backs of people that actually pay the freight. And so we start talking about our military. Think about this. And this is what keeps me awake at night and will help me vote more than likely in favor of this, is the fact that 85% of our military today is not combat qualified and combat ready. 85%. That's not a secret. Those are people out there that, are our adversaries that know that. I'm not telling a secret. That's public record. And there are those today that are attacking this country either by cyber or in other ways looking at how to go after our vulnerabilities across this world, particularly as it relates to those that we have as friends across this world that need our help. I'm impressed that you all could get together and come up with any kind of an agreement. Based upon what we saw with the super committee and the debacle that was, for you to be able to sit down and come up with any kind of rational agreement, in my estimation, is pretty impressive. There are people obviously already that have come out, to pan it and tear it apart. That's easy to do. For a whole bunch, I could come up with a lot of reasons why I should vote against it, as I know all of you could. But let's not destroy something, particularly as it relates to our military. Let's not destroy that. And so I would love to hear your comments in regards to how do we move forward in a way that we really haven't talked about the tough problems, the things that are really driving our debt. We haven't even talked about that. I mean, how do we move forward?
Well, first, Mr. Nugent, let me help you with your vote consideration. I spoke to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs this afternoon, and he said the main thing that this agreement does is it helps us with our readiness. Those statistics are correct that you cited. He said the number one thing that this does is it helps us get our warfighters, get our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines ready for combat, ready for what we're asking them to do, because we have a readiness problem, and this helps fix that. So that's the number one thing that we've been given by the chiefs as that what this helps fix. How do we do it? First, you learn how to crawl, then you learn how to walk, then you learn how to run. We're crawling right now. But look at where we were, a month or two ago. I mean, it was dysfunctional, I'll just say that. And this is a divided government that has been broken. And what we're trying to make is that, what we're trying to do with this, because Chris is right, it is a small step, but we're trying to have a divided government that can function. And this agreement gives us a divided government that can function. No one had to give up a principle. We worked to find common ground. We found that common ground. But candidly, because we have such different opinions on the big issues, that common ground isn't all that large. Therefore, this agreement isn't all that large. But this agreement, we believe, makes us function, and it protects some of our priorities, which for those of us who are negotiating on our side of the aisle was to preserve the readiness of our military. And we've done that with this. It's not as much as the military would like or some of us would like, but it stops it from getting worse, and it preserves and enhances our ability to maintain our readiness.
Sorry, Mr. Manhala?
Well, Mr. Nugent, yeah, we share a desire to make sure the military is ready to go. And that was certainly one of the very counterproductive things that was in place as a result of sequester. As the chairman said, this doesn't, fully address all the issues on the defense side. I happen to think we can make more defense reductions over a period of time in a rational way, but one of the problems with the sequester is that it requires us to make cuts in a very irrational way. For example, by cutting readiness or by furloughing people, as opposed to making the hard choices in the defense budget. What weapon system do you need? What don't you need? Because if you cut one of those weapon systems, you actually don't achieve many savings in the short term, because most of the spending on those are in the out years. And so you couldn't achieve the kind of savings by making tough decisions in the defense budget by being driven by very deep cuts. It leads to these other kind of decisions. Fewer people getting the training, more people furloughed. So this is some help.
Well, let me ask you one last question, particularly as it relates to military. And if you could clarify this for me as it relates to military retirement. There was something in the bill as it relates to, I guess it's part of a pay-for.
Yep, this is something that the chiefs we discussed with members of the defense community. As you well know, within the Pentagon, the military budget, personal legacy costs are taking up a much greater proportion of that budget, which leaves therefore less room for warfighters, for readiness, for end strength, for weapons programs. So they asked us to take a look at some of those legacy costs. The one provision that we have in here that addresses that are for younger retirees, people who have put their 20 years in but who are less than 62 years of age, will have their update, their COLA update on their retirement benefit 1% less than otherwise. So it's a consumer price index minus 1%. It's an idea we got from the military until they're 62 years of age, at which time after that they'll get a full inflation update for their pension benefits. That's because, as you know, you put in 20 years, you can still be a very young person, then you'll typically go get another career and have another job while you're collecting those retirement benefits. And so in looking for savings from that side of the budget, we thought the most compassionate, most rational place to do it was there, so that while they're in their working years, they get an update. It's just not as much as they would get after they were probably retired after 62 years of age.
So at 62, it would go back to
Yes,
whatever
that's right,
it is.
that's right.
Would the gentleman yield for just a second?
Absolutely.
Does that does not apply to somebody on a disability, though?
No, this doesn't affect concurrent. It affects all military retirees. Yeah, not veterans. I thought he was asking VA. Yeah.
It affects all military retirees,
Yes.
even if those were retirees based upon a
If they're
medical.
if they're less than 62.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I yield back now. It's my time. Thank you very much. I do appreciate the candor.
I just want to thank everybody for their work, and hopefully we'll be able to get there soon. So appreciate everybody's hard work putting this together. I yield back.
Well, just quickly, because to be fair to the gentleman, I skipped most of the meeting, but we had legislation down on the floor, and I couldn't. We're fighting over something downstairs we shouldn't be fighting about, which is taking money out of political conventions and putting them to children's research. But it really, the fact that we could be fighting over something like that, I think really underscores what you've accomplished. And I particularly want to thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, this is a modest step, no doubt about it. You haven't oversold it. Nobody here has. But the fact that we have been able to do this and add to deficit reduction, you know, actually redistribute cuts in a much more logical way, protect the military, much more importantly, have the chance to restore regular order around here, is no small achievement in this period of time. And you and your counterpart, Senator Murray, deserve a lot. I want to thank my good friend, Mr. Holland, as well. I appreciate, I know this isn't perfect from your point of view, and you've certainly expressed a lot of your concerns, but the fact that you're willing to look at this and recognize it as a good faith effort is something I appreciate and something I wish that we saw a lot more around here. So, again, this is a really, I think, tremendous opportunity for us to right the institution and move ahead and have a lot of productive steps. Wouldn't happen without your leadership, Chairman. Wouldn't happen without the spirit that my friend from the other side of the aisle brings. So hopefully we can get this done and accomplish something. I think the American people will feel better about it. And, hey, if we can get this done, then I think next year we can get some bigger things done. So with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'm sorry I stepped out, but believe me, it was for a very good cause.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Chairman Ryan, and Ranking Member Van Hollen. I want to thank you for including the Medicaid as payer of last resort. This is something I've been working on since 2006. It's common sense. It makes no sense for a state not to go after the Aetnas and Cignas and Uniteds of the world just because a patient concomitantly has Medicaid for which they are eligible, but the easy money is Medicaid, and they let the big insurers off the hook. This is money that has been state by state. The numbers are significant, and I thank you for including that. I must say I do feel sometimes like I'm the lone defender of the president on the sequester. I mean, this was the president's idea. He signed the bill into law. Across-the-board cuts are not pretty, but when every line in the federal budget has a constituency, sometimes that's the only way to get things done. I mean, I know this from when I ran my medical practice, and I would come up against a shortfall. Yeah, there's some things you can't cut. You can't cut the rent. You can't cut the light bill. But everything else, you may have to cut across the board a lot more than 2.3%. So my misgivings with the work product you've done is I'm very reluctant to give up the gains we've made on the sequester. The president is taking credit for the fact that the deficit was lower at the end of September than any other time in his administration. Thank you, sequester, is all I can say. But thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
I don't see this as giving up the gains of the sequester. We've gotten a lot of gains from the sequester. Now we're using the fact that we have the sequester to go after the mandatory side of spending, which has been untouched for too long, and we have more savings from there than the replenishment or the relief from the sequester. We wouldn't have gotten that if it weren't for the sequester. So this, by the way, in just this fiscal year and a half we're talking about, we still maintain 70% of the sequester. Over the life of the sequester, you're still maintaining 92% of the sequester. So I wouldn't say this is giving things up. I'm saying the sequester helped us get savings from that part of the budget that we have ignored for far too long.
Be very important to the unemployment compensation. And I told him of the discussion that was taking place today in the committee, Mr. Levin, Mr. Van Hollen, and I believe that I've stated my position well on behalf of this committee, so I want to thank each of you. We're now going to begin another series of votes. And gentleman is seeking recognition. Gentleman is recognized.
I just want to make sure I'm just clear on what you just said. Did you just say that after your meeting with the Speaker that he is inclined to work with us to try to get a bill on unemployment compensation to the floor before we recess on Friday?
I appreciate the gentleman asking me. That is not what I did say.
Okay.
But I do appreciate the gentleman asking for a clarification. Yeah. In fact, to answer the gentleman who is due an answer, I did talk with the Speaker just a few minutes ago. I went down and spoke directly to the Speaker. And I asked him about any negotiations that might be engaged in between the White House, the United States Senate, Mr. Reid, and himself. And he has indicated he's very open to that dialogue that takes place. In no way do I believe that that is a part of what we'll be doing today. But he reiterated his ideas and concern for unemployed people in this country and the dialogue that needs to take place. I didn't engage the Speaker further. I tried to make sure that I was not missing something in my responsibilities as Chairman of the Rules Committee if there were ongoing negotiations that I should wait for. And I've been told that Senator Reid nor the President are engaged in those discussions at this time.
Oh, Mr. Just on that point.
And I'm not trying to start a fire. I'm just trying to say.
But just on that point, I mean, I know.
Yeah, it'd be fine. Mr. Ryan, thank you very much for being with us.
I know the White House has been in touch with the Speaker several days back on this issue. And
I use the word
I just hope we'll do it before we leave town.
Yes, sir. I'm not trying to start any battle here. I'm simply saying I went down as part of my responsibility to make sure that there was not something I was missing.
No, and I appreciate the clarification because I wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anything. And I thought for a moment there that maybe the Speaker was going to help us respond to the plight of these 1.3 million unemployed
in
people.
Fact,
and I guess
in fact, I went to make sure I was not missing something.
I hope the answer is yes.
Well, I think I've reiterated to you and certainly to my colleague, Mr. McGovern, and to Mr. Van Hollen, that I am not missing something. That negotiation was underboard like I was waiting for something. I want to thank both of you for being here. This panel was most informative.
I want to thank you for the opportunity. I hope it leads to something right away.
Well, Sandy, I think you know that we're delighted every time you come forth in this committee, and that the best wishes are always for you. I want to thank Dr. Kathy Scholl, who's in attendance today. Dr. Scholl is an anesthesiologist who is the chairman of the Texas Anesthesia Society, and she was here along with our great chaplain to try and push us forward. We're now going to go into recess during these votes, and we'll come back and we'll take up the SGR piece at the call chair. Committee will be in order, and thank you very much for rejoining us after the vote on the floor. The Rules Committee is delighted that this afternoon we will have one of our committee members, gentleman from Louisville, Texas, on behalf of the Energy and Commerce Committee and Ways and Means Committee, giving testimony for the committee. And I want to welcome the gentleman, Dr. Burgess, and without objection, anything you have in writing will be entered in the record. And we appreciate you taking time to be with us this afternoon. The gentleman's recognized.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I can't think of anywhere I'd rather be than talking about the SGR before the Rules Committee. I'd actually hoped to do this in a different format. I too am. I wish like anything we weren't talking about this amendment. I wish we were talking about the full repeals. You know, Energy and Commerce Committee did pass a full repeal this summer. Other committees are doing their work even as we speak for the remainder of this week, so that's a good thing. But I think the title of the amendment actually is important. It's called the Pathway for Sustainable Growth Rate Reform Act of 2013, and I like to think of it as an on-ramp to the eventual reform that will lead to the repeal of the Sustainable Growth Rate formula. So the Energy and Commerce Committee reported a bipartisan bill, H.R. 2810. Frank Pallone, who's not here, and I introduced that this summer along with Chairman Upton, Chairman Pitts, and Ranking Member Waxman, and it was marked up in the committee and passed on a 51-0 vote. Later this week, the House Ways and Means Committee and Senate Finance Committee will hold markups of their legislation to repeal the SGR and replace it with policy that's meant to encourage new model development and streamline current law. Here's the fact. More has been accomplished this year than at any other time. If you look at the whole timeline of the SGR and the repeal of the SGR, we are farther along right now than we have ever been before. Correct, we are up against a deadline the end of the year, December 31st. The automatic cuts go into effect, so the patch is necessary to carry us forward into next year when this repeal can be completed. But no other time that I have been here have we been this close. And the wind continues to be at our back with favorable scoring from the Congressional Budget Office. But if we don't do something, December 31st, the SGR will automatically kick in, and providers will receive a significant reduction in reimbursement. And one of the reasons this is so important, too, because the first 3 months of next year under the Affordable Care Act, I think whether you're for that bill or against it, I think it's safe to say, and we certainly heard testimony from the Secretary of Health and Human Services this morning, it's hard to know the effect that that's going to have on providers after the first of the year. The Affordable Care Act is going to have an effect, and it is likely to be a negative effect on provider reimbursement after the first of the year. So if we were to allow the SGR to kick in and the cuts to kick in January 1st, that is, in effect, the double whammy on certainly physicians, other practitioners who are affected by the sustainable growth rate formula. The amendment importantly starts with findings, and those findings encourage the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services to immediately take administrative actions in areas of model development, simplification of the administrative burden, and timely feedback for providers. All of those are areas of agreement between the committees of jurisdiction that are looking at the reform process with their individual products. The formula, sustainable growth rate, is a formula that creates yearly spending targets for physician services under Medicare. Because of flaws in the policy, Congress has overridden these formula-driven cuts for over a decade. This amendment prevents an over 20% cut in reimbursement for physicians and other providers treating Medicare patients on January 1 of 2014 and replaces it with a 0.5% increase until April of 2014. This increase mirrors the policy that passed the committee, Energy and Commerce Committee, unanimously this summer, H.R. 2810. And as I understand it, newly released language from the Ways and Means Committee will be aligned with that. The legislation also extends several Medicare physician payment policies. For example, the qualifying individual program that was envisioned as playing an important role in 2810 continues this bill's efforts towards reform. Additional sections extending the Medicare Work Geographic Practice Cost Location Index used by the Center of Medicare and Medicaid Services to determine allowable payment amounts to physicians and medical procedures. It also includes an extension of the Medicare ambulance add-ons, Medicare reasonable cost contracts, funding for consensus-based entities, extension of funding outreach and assistance for low-income programs, extension of the transitional medical assistance, and extension of family-to-family health information centers. A lot of these things have been kind of collected under the basket of extenders that have been passed year over year, and those are also included in this amendment. The language also extends the Medicare therapy cap exceptions through March 31st of 2014. Currently, the Medicare program has annual limitations or caps on the amount of expenses a patient can accrue for outpatient therapy services in a given year. This actually results in a higher cost of care because more expensive treatments are in fact more likely to be necessary because things aren't tackled early. For states with significant rural areas, the bill extends two important hospital provisions: the inpatient hospital payment adjustment for low-volume hospitals and the Medicare-dependent hospital program, which can literally mean the difference between small and rural hospitals that may be the only facilities for miles and miles in their area. It allows them to continue to operate. The language also provides for the extension of the authorization of special needs plans that are limited to those seniors who have specific diseases or characteristics, and provides benefits, provider choices, and drug formularies tailored to best meet the specific needs of the groups that they serve. As someone who's done significant work into the means by which we can better coordinate care between those eligible for both Medicare and Medicaid and to produce the cost savings, this can play an important role. For many states which are dependent on the disproportionate share funding to provide for our safety net hospitals, this language relieves safety net providers of Medicaid disproportionate share hospital reductions in fiscal year 14 and delays the scheduled fiscal year 15 reductions for an additional year. Finally, the language realigns the Medicare sequester in 2023 without increasing the overall effect of the sequester on Medicare providers. The language sets forth new criteria for long-term care hospital payments and the 25% rule, and I was going to defer to my colleagues on Ways and Means to further explain that. But I do want to thank you for the time to present this information today. I appreciate the Rules Committee making consideration of this amendment in order, and I urge support of the amendment, and I yield back to the chairman.
Dr. Burgess, thank you very much. What you've spoken about is very important. I spend a great deal of time on dealing with hospitals. Presbyterian Hospital in Dallas, Medical City, and Baylor Hospital are very important hospitals in Dallas, Texas, and provide coverage and service to many people in Dallas. And I know that you spoke about the payment for inpatient services for long care hospitals. That is really important. Do you have any comments on that section, which is probably 6 or 7 pages up to and including what would be the MedPAC study and report that is going to take place from your perspective as a physician?
Well, these are included under, of course, the package that we would generally consider the end of every year under the extenders. And without providing for this extension, there are cuts that programmatically would go into place, would make much more difficult for these hospitals to continue in business.
You alluded to it being a 3-month agreement, and yet you said that through 14 and 15 there would be agreements on some piece parts. Is that correct?
Yeah, this deals with the Medicaid disproportionate share funding.
Right.
So it would delay the hospital reductions for
2 years.
For 2 years.
And then we would look at
the balance of 14, because we're halfway through fiscal year 14 and all of fiscal year 15.
And then we would look at what is also included in the SDR, the reimbursement model for physicians and then hospitals, unrelated to that disproportionate share model.
Correct. I mean, there is a lot more work to be done on repealing the actual formula. This just puts us in a better position after the first of next year, prevents the cuts from happening this year, puts us in a better position to be on the on-ramp to get that done and get that accomplished in the first quarter of next year.
Dr. Burgess, you were in private practice for a number of years, and you are, in your service to the country, you've really helped our conference, and I think this Congress, to understand the importance of making sure that the physician that provides the services, that the physician is available, is reimbursed, and in fact can practice the medicine that you believe that you've been trained to do. And I know that we have Dr. Kathy Scholl, who's here today, who's on my staff and attempting to provide us with expert testimony and help. You know, Dr. Rick Snyder, Dr. John Gill, Dr. Marcy Zwelling, all these people are national leaders. If you were thinking of yourself in a position like these other physicians that are still in practice today and worried about providing ongoing services, what would you give them advice about what we're trying to do here today?
Well, we all know that there has, we hear from patients in our districts all the time who have trouble finding a new physician who will take Medicare. If there's been a continuing relationship as someone moves into the Medicare years, that typically is okay. But if you move to be closer to your kids, for example, finding a new doctor in that new area to take Medicare has become increasingly difficult. Now, I always did take Medicare in my practice because my mother told me I had to, but apparently not every doctor's mother is so forward-leaning. And, you know, you reference the anesthesiologist. They've got a real problem. As an individual practitioner in my community, I could make the decision, am I going to take Medicare or not? It doesn't cover the cost of delivering the service, but it's important for me to do that. But if I decide differently, that's my choice. The anesthesiologists don't get a choice. If the surgeon sees the patient in the emergency room and says, we're going to the operating room, anesthesia has to be there for the patient. They do not get to participate in the decision as to whether or not to treat. Pathologists who evaluate the tissue specimen taken during the surgery do not get an option as to whether or not to participate in that. Radiologists who are reading the films have not had an opportunity to participate. So there actually are some captive physician populations that just whatever we do is what they end up doing because they don't actually have the ability to choose. I think it is important to continue to keep as many doctors in practice seeing Medicare patients. Medicaid is a separate issue, but if we don't pay some attention to this, the provider drop-off, and I know there have been op-eds written about this lately, but the provider drop-off is real. It's something I hear about in every part of the country to which I go and speak. You talk to a room full of doctors my age, you talk to them about changes that might be coming forward in Medicare, changes that are coming forward in the Affordable Care Act. They're looking at their watch, checking their retirement plan, and heading for the exits. We have to do something to stem that flow.
Mike, you have been a valuable asset to this committee, and your testimony this afternoon certainly helps us not only put it in perspective, but lets us remember and recognize why we will be open for business to make sure that when a new deal is struck, that we'll be a part of that. And I want to thank you for your service, not just to physicians, but really offering a professional evaluation about what we're trying to do here to make sure that physicians are available. And my parents, not unlike anyone else, need to make sure that they have a physician of their choice who's available. And I appreciate your testimony today. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, Mr. Bishop's recognized. Gentleman has no questions. Gentlewoman from New York. No questions. Chairman Cole? Does anyone in the committee have any questions that they would like to engage Dr. Burgess on this SGR portion? Seeing none at this time, Dr. Burgess, thank you very much, gentlemen, is excused at this time.
Thank you.
We now are expecting to hear from the chairman of the Agriculture Committee, Mr. Lucas, and I do not know exactly where he is at this time. And so if anybody that's trying to keep up with that is aware of that. Evidently, Mr. Lucas is not immediately available. Okay. I've been advised that he's on his way, so why don't we take a 10-minute recess, and we'll come back in 10 minutes. Thank you. You better. Rules Committee be in order, and thank you very much for allowing us to take the short recess. I want to welcome to a panel the gentleman from Oklahoma, the chairman of the Agriculture Committee. The chairman has toiled for years on getting a farm bill that would be presented and ready, and we're delighted that he is here now to present his testimony on his wishes as we proceed to the end of the year. Without objection, anything, gentlemen, young chairman has in writing will be entered into the record. We're delighted that you're here, and Frank, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, my good friends on the Rules Committee. I would confess I've spent a little more time in front of you than I would have expected, considering a few years ago, but it's been a pleasure to be here. I'm here today to ask you to make an order of vote on a bill that would allow the 2008 Farm Bill to be extended from essentially the last day of September through the end of January. I would note to my friends that I believe we're making very good progress in a bipartisan fashion, but I need just a little more time to get this work product completed, and the certainty that extending the existing Farm Bill through the end of January would provide, I believe, would reassure consumers and farmers and ranchers and perhaps some of our colleagues. So I would ask for your action on that vote and to make the extension as a separate vote if that's possible, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I think that what you're attempting to do, this House needs to pay attention to, the men and women, the communities, the work product that comes from our ag community is top-notch, and I know that you represent, along with the gentleman, Mr. Peterson, so many people that are proud of their farmers and ranchers back home, proud of the American-made products that we have. And I want to congratulate you on not only staying after this, but the way in which you're doing that, and offer a respect and appreciation for you. And this committee will be open anytime you need us. I want to thank you. Mrs. Fox?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your acknowledging the hard work of the chairman of the Agriculture Committee. He and I have had lots of discussions about his challenges, and I appreciate his work too, and appreciate his coming up here. I have no questions. I want to wish him a very Merry Christmas.
Gentleman yields our time. Gentleman, Ms. Slaughter's recognized.
I don't have any questions. Good to see you, Lucas. Good news. Thank you.
Came straight from the source. This is this member makes a lot of pies and cakes for us, so she knows the agricultural advantages that have. Oh, this is a true story. True story. And they aren't butter; they're real things. So it works.
My reputation
works every time as a homemaker. There you go, gentleman, Mr. Bishop. She does.
Oh,
she does.
I can hardly wait till spring and that rhubarb grows up.
Mr. McGovern.
The gentleman hears from me enough, so I think I have no questions.
Gentleman yields his time. Gentleman, Mr. Cole.
Well, because of my deep respect and affection for my friend, I'm not going to ask him about the score of Saturday's Oklahoma State University of Oklahoma football game in Stillwater. And I know it was a difficult day and what's been a difficult year. So I wish you well the rest of the way. Beat Missouri and get us a farm bill. Yield back.
You know, I'm a Baylor fan, and going 11-1 isn't a bad feeling, but I wouldn't feel too sorry for those Cowboys. They played real well, and they're 11-1 also, but best of luck. Gentlemen, Judge Hastings recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Lucas. And I hope in the consideration in the extended time that the subject I continue to raise about bees in this country continues to be considered. And I recognize it as a difficult issue, but somewhere along the line there has to be some break in that. If we don't have no bees, we don't have no food. It's just that simple. I'll talk to you.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Florida is recognized. Gentleman does not seek time. Gentleman, Colorado.
I just wanted to thank the chair for, in particular, his work on behalf of the will of the House with regard to industrial hemp, and I understand there's been strong support from the Senate conferees on the industrial hemp provisions as well. And just to let you know a little bit about the excitement in my district, we have the State Land Grant University, Colorado State University, Ag Research University. We had a industrial hemp forum, which we had over 150 people come to. There's already farmers in our state growing it, and these provisions will allow our Ag Research University to certify that the industrial hemp products are narcotics-free and don't cause any problems. And it's going to be tremendous progress and job opportunities. And appreciate you're willing to go to bat for the will of the House, and hopefully that'll be included in the final bill. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman, Mr. Webster. No question. Gentleman, Dr. Burgess. Thank you very much. Mr. Lucas, thank you very much for taking time to be with us. Of all the people that come before us, I think we enjoy you the most.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
But we're looking for the final.
He says everybody.
No, not everybody.
I just like to hear it whispered in my ear once in a while.
Well, I'll be good to you. Merry Christmas. Thank you very much. He did blush there. Well, we're getting our work done, and I want to thank the committee. With that said, it's going to take us about an hour to put together the final package, which means that at 6 o'clock, I anticipate that we will be ready. It's now 5 o'clock, and so subject to the call of the chair, I anticipate calling you and giving you 20 minutes notice. We'll be back at 6 o'clock. That's right. I was going to let you finish. That's sometimes that thing pings, and I just, Yeah. Rules Committee will come to order, and thank you very much for joining us again for our opportunity to finish off the vote tonight after testimony from Paul Ryan, Chris Van Hollen, and Nita Lowy. We appreciate them being here. Sandy Levin was with us today, and the chairman will now be in receipt of a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee grant a rule providing for the consideration of the Senate amendment to H.J. Res. 59. The rule makes an order a motion offered by the chair of the committee on the budget or his designee that the House recede from its amendment and concur in the Senate amendment with the amendment printed in Part A of the Rules Committee report as modified by the amendment printed in Part B of that report. The rule provides 70 minutes of debate on the motion with 60 minutes equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Budget, and 10 minutes equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the motion and provides that the motion shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. The rule provides that the Senate amendment and the motion shall be considered as read. Section 2 of the rule provides that the chair of the Committee on the Budget may insert in the congressional record at any time during the remainder of the first session of the 113th Congress such material as he may deem explanatory of the motion specified in Section 1. Section 3 of the rule provides that in the engrossment of the House amendment to the Senate amendment to House Joint Resolution 59, the clerk may conform division, title, and section numbers and conform cross-references and provisions for short titles. Section 4 of the rule provides that the chair of the Committee on Armed Services may insert in the congressional record at any time during the remainder of the first session of the 113th Congress such material as he may deem explanatory of defense authorization measures for the fiscal year 2014. Section 5 of the rule provides that it shall be in order at any time on the legislative day of December 12, 2013 or December 13, 2013 for the Speaker to entertain motions that the House suspend the rules and that the Speaker or his designee shall consult with the minority leader or her designee on the designation of any matter for consideration pursuant to this section. Section 6 of the rule provides that on any legislative day of the first session of the 113th Congress after December 13, 2013, the journal of the proceedings of the previous day shall be considered as approved, and the chair may at any time declare the House adjourned to meet at a date and time to be announced by the chair in declaring the adjournment. Section 7 of the rule provides that on any legislative day of the second session of the 113th Congress before January 7, 2014, the Speaker may dispense with organizational and legislative business. The journal of the proceedings of the previous day shall be considered as approved if applicable, and the chair may at any time declare the House adjourned to meet at a date and time to be announced by the chair in declaring the adjournment. Section 8 of the rule provides that the Speaker may appoint members to perform the duties of the chair for the duration of the period addressed by Sections 6 and 7 of the rule. Section 9 of the rule provides that each day during the period addressed by Sections 6 and 7 of the resolution shall not constitute calendar days for the purposes of the War Powers Resolution. Section 10 of the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 3695 to provide a temporary extension of the Food Conservation and Energy Act of 2008 and amendments made by that act as previously extended and amended and with certain additional modifications and exceptions to suspend permanent price support authorities and for other purposes under a closed rule. The rule provides 40 minutes of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Agriculture. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that the amendment printed in Part C of the report shall be considered as adopted and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule provides one motion to recommit with or without instructions. Finally, Section 11 of the rule waives Clause 6A of Rule 13, requiring a two-thirds vote to consider a rule on the same date as reported from the Rules Committee against any resolution reported from the Rules Committee through the legislative day of December 13, 2013.
You heard the motion from the gentlewoman from North Carolina. Defer to the gentleman from Georgia for a explanation. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought the gentlelady from North Carolina did a fantastic job, but that gentle Southern voice might have lulled folks in those middle sections. The most importantly, Mr. Chairman, it combines the SGR patch and the budget agreement along with an amendment that's been agreed upon, extends the debate time to 70 minutes. With an hour controlled by the Budget Committee and 10 minutes controlled by Energy and Commerce. There is no motion to recommit, only because it's an amendment between the two houses. And then that is separate consideration that's provided for H.R. 3695, that short-term farm bill extension with 40 minutes of debate around that provision, and has the same day authority and suspension authority for Thursday and Friday, given the calendar. And finally, there are a number of provisions to address the pro forma sessions that may go on between now and when the second session convenes. Those are also included. What may be news to folks, it allows the chair to dispense with the organizational activities on January 3rd and move those to January 7th, as that's the agreed upon time to return. But that is all of that's largely housekeeping, Mr. Speaker or Mr. Chairman, in terms of the debate. It's a traditional rule for an amendment between the houses, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for his explanation, and I believe now that we are prepared for any discussion, debate, and/or amendment. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have an amendment to the rule for H.J. Res. 59. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment by Mr. Levin and Mr. Van Hollen, number 4, which would extend unemployment insurance for the 1.3 million Americans who will stop receiving the benefits on December 28th, even though they continue to look hard for a job. The amendment is fully offset by reducing direct payments under the Farm Commodity Program. I ask for a yes vote.
You've now heard the amendment by the gentlewoman from New York.
It doesn't cost a thing.
I'd like to address it, if I could, briefly, because, in fact, not only Mr. Van Hollen, but certainly Mr. Levin, yourself, and Mr. McGovern, and others, and I will say this about each member of this team that you represent, has, I believe, approached me in one way or another, has made it very clear that that's something that we should consider during
importance to us.
Yes, ma'am. And in fact, I attempted to address it, but wanted to go and clarify to ensure that I was clear in my mind. And I went down and spoke to Speaker Boehner this afternoon. Speaker Boehner, and in fact, my question, because a number of people have asked me specifically about that, but my question was whether there was immediate talks or consideration of something that was prepared and ready to go that I consider to be on a bipartisan, bicameral basis that would be prepared and ready, and that answer was no, it's not. With that said, the Speaker was very clear to say he does not only understand this from back home, but he understands the concerns of our members and your members. As the Speaker for the House, he hears from a number of people about this issue. With that said, a deal is not ready, has not reached the final stages, and so I would let the committee know that I've spoken to the Speaker about this and the things which I believe I provided back to Mr. Levin, Mr. Van Hollen represent the idea that it's my hope that there is a deal that does
Could I
get done.
respond to that for just
Yes,
a
ma'am.
moment? I
Yes, ma'am.
appreciate very much
Yes,
your checking with Speaker.
Yes, ma'am. I did
We
that.
thank you for doing that, but we still continue to feel that as long as we're taking care of doctors and we recognize the importance of doing that, that it is very difficult for us to support not extending the unemployment benefits.
Yes, ma'am.
That we're choosing who benefits from here and who does not.
Yes, ma'am. I certainly you've approached me not only very well, but I hope that you knew that I took this seriously by going down and double checking. Let me say this. As I had stated earlier, I saw in the media several weeks ago that the White House, I'm not saying the President, the White House indicated that they were not in a pressing circumstance with negotiations. With that said,
precedent.
They were not, these were not part of the.
That was not something, well, I think.
This was
that
not
there's-
something, I'm not trying to blame the White
But
House.
the
I'm simply
administration
saying.
statement did call
I do
for
agree
it.
with that, and that was submitted into the record. Mr.
Right,
Bishop did it.
right.
All I'm simply trying to suggest is, but we had seen where SGR was on the hot burner, where there was direct dialogue on a bipartisan, bicameral basis, and they came to some conclusion. I'm not trying to say anything about whether it should not, whether it was or was not,
But
except
that
it did
was
not
what- That
happen.
was
It
part of
just
your.
simply did not
Part of
happen.
your reckoning.
In fact, I try and take things at this committee, try and stay up with a huge number of things, but the things which became prepared and ready. So I'm not trying to light a fire. I'm not trying to put a blame to anybody. I'm trying to say is, I gathered some time ago that it would.
That
probably-
Obama didn't care.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't. I never once mentioned the president. I said the White House had indicated in the things that they felt like would get done. Those things were on that agenda. So I'm not.
That surprises me, frankly.
Well, I'm not trying to make light of anything. I'm trying to respond appropriately and accordingly, and so I went down to make sure I was not missing something. So, further discussion, gentlemen?
No, I just, I appreciate you raising this with the Speaker, but if I'm understanding this rule correctly, we're not coming back into session until when? January 7th?
7.
Right? And I expect that the Speaker understands that on December 28th, these benefits will cease for over 1 million Americans. This is on top of the snap cut that these same people have already received. I guess my question earlier, if the Speaker were here, would be, what are these people supposed to do? I'm gathering from what you just said that the Speaker does not anticipate keeping us in session until we solve this. But we're going to go home for the holidays. All of us enjoy Christmas and New Year's, and between now and the time we come back, people are just going to get cut off totally, not even gradually. And so I say that because it's extraordinary to me that there's not more of a sense of urgency on this, and I just want to be on record as saying that I support the gentlelady's amendment, and I hope that, at a minimum, because I don't think if Mr. Van Hollen, when he was here, I mean, it didn't seem like there was a kind of a bipartisan agreement as part of the budget deal to bring the SGR thing up, budget up together, that, in the spirit of comedy and in the spirit of regular order and whatever else, that we at least have a vote. And if people don't want to vote for it, they don't have to vote for it. But I think we owe it to these people to at least try to see whether we don't have them all cut off from their benefits on December 28th. And so I urge my colleagues to support the gentlelady's amendment.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in Florida, according to the Ways and Means Committee's analysis that was offered, 168,300 people will be impacted by virtue of their not having an opportunity for unemployment benefits. So as how we can put it in a clear perspective, we're talking about an average of about $300 a week for more than 1 million people in this country. The argument that is made by some is that these people are unemployed through no fault of their own. And the reason that that argument is sound is because if you quit a job, for example, you're not going to be eligible for unemployment insurance. So all of these people lost their jobs because of the vagaries of unemployment generally writ in our great country. $300 a week on average, assuming some get $200, some get $380. And I asked Mr. Levin, if you recall, how much would that cost to extend it for 3 months? And I might add, footnote right there, Mr. Chairman, we don't need a backroom deal, you and anybody else, in order for this committee to extend for 3 months the unemployment benefits. But what will wind up happening if these people receive that money, I think all of us now know that let's assume we do this, we pass it, it becomes law, and on the 28th it doesn't expire, and so 1 million people will have more than $250 a week. Every nickel of it will come back into this economy. Every nickel of it. Not, okay, 90 cents of it, or some figure will come back. But what it does is it creates and adds to consumer demand at a time, this is why this is so important, at a time that we're in the spirit of generosity and giving and Happy New Year and all of that kind of stuff. We are frowning on our moral responsibilities to each other. I sometimes wonder whether some of my colleagues who oppose this, and I read something where a senator from the other body commented that these people are lazy and that if you continue to give them unemployment, that they will never come back to the workforce. Well, I continue to make the argument to you all that there is no workforce to come back to. And the philosophy that you exercise, Mr. Chairman, and many of my colleagues on the Republican side, is that you're going to incentivize these businesses and therefore they will hire some people. Well, the evidence just hasn't borne that out. And it doesn't matter which way you look at it. I don't know who you all see on a day-to-day basis, and I'm not just talking about in the congressional district that I serve, but there are countless people in this country that would want to work today that cannot get a job. You cite to the one example where the people went out of business. I accept that. There are others that have gone out of business, and there are some that have come in business. But it is irrefutable that there are trillions of dollars offshore that are untaxed in this country. There are trillions of dollars held off of this country's tax rolls by virtue of people who evidently don't have a cousin that's unemployed or don't care about the fact that over this 40-year period of time, not overnight, not during Obama's administration, just to correct you for a moment, you seen, Mr. Chairman, when you were in here arguing earlier that Obamacare caused these problems. I remind you that it has been 40 years, including a little bit of a period where Clinton claimed some millions of jobs, and I don't give him and nobody else credit for what happens in the business sector with the exception of the fact of the circumstances of the moment. And the circumstances of the moment allow that it is not Obamacare that is causing people to lose jobs. We were losing jobs before Obama's name was even known by some of us. And so let's not continue to kid ourselves about that. And on the subject at hand, Ms. Slaughter's amendment, which I wholeheartedly endorse, just so as how, regardless of what you said to the Speaker or what anybody else in any back room said, the statement of administration policy put reluctantly into the record by Dr. Burgess allows that, okay, Mr. Bishop, same thing, same people when it comes to the philosophy. Understood it all the way around. But what I want to get across to you is it was reluctantly offered, and I apologize to Dr. Burgess. In addition, this is what the statement says. In addition, the Congress should extend unemployment insurance before it expires at the end of this year, so more than 1 million Americans looking for work do not lose a vital economic lifeline right after the holidays and the nation's economy does not suffer. I don't know how it could be more plain. We admit or don't admit these things. We talk about the statement of administration policy, but this is the statement of administration policy as of December the 11th. And therefore, I find it abhorrent that we sit here with our comfort level insofar as our own employment is concerned. and evidently are not mindful that we can drive in any direction from right where we are, and we can find people who are now shorn of hope. I won't be here with you all, but I do know this. Most of you that live in the next decade, if we don't correct some of this kind of situation in our country where people are unemployed, you will need bodyguards to go to and from your home. You don't leave people any other choice. And let's make this very clear. We're not talking about black people and Latino people. I can take you into certain areas of West Virginia and Kentucky, or I can take you to Fort Pierce, Florida, and show you white people that want to go to work in the morning that can't go to work because there ain't no jobs. Now, we can get around to it if we want to, or we can continue to play games with ourselves around here. But the simple fact of the matter is we are doing a tremendous disservice, and I find it very hard to support what is a reasonable effort put forward by Paul Ryan, Chris Van Hollen, Senator Murray, all the people on that committee. It is a tremendous first step, but it didn't go far enough. And we could do this. We can do this in this committee. We don't need Boehner in order for us to pass a measure that will allow for a 3-month extension of unemployment insurance paid for out of farm commodities. And here we sit around and act like we don't know that there are poor people. I hope you all bought a toy. I hope you bought some food to give to a pantry. And I hope you continue to do that, because you're going to have to do it a hell of a lot if we don't correct our ways here in the Congress. And if I've offended any of you, it's deliberate. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Further discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You got poor people too.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I have obscene poverty and I have obscene wealth in my district, and I'm grateful that I'm surrounded by folks who care about their neighbors and who do dig deep into their pockets to help those neighbors. We've got a county down by my parents' farm. The power plant's closing. It employed 1% of the entire population, not just the adult population, the entire population of this rural county employed at this power plant that's closing because the clean air regs won't make it profitable to run this plant. I know folks are losing their jobs. Those folks don't have any other doors to go knock on. And I can tell you with conviction that if there was a bipartisan, bicameral solution to UI, it would be before us in this committee today. But it is not fair to suggest to those families in my district that are absolutely hurting and are absolutely concerned about expectations that all we need to do is wave the Rules Committee magic wand this afternoon and we can solve that. You know there is no agreement with the other side of the hill on this. You know there's no agreement just amongst us on this. We could find it. I'd be happy to yield right now.
Well, let me tell you what can happen, and to show you that it would be bicameral. There is a possibility. We're going out of session on the 13th, come Friday. The Senate is still going to be here. Don't be at all surprised if you see UI come from somewhere on the Senate side. And you can't tell me there are 50 senators over there that don't believe that we should have unemployment insurance now. And if you challenge me on that, then I challenge you to let's go over there and find them and ask them ourselves, you and me. And I'll find you 50.
I say to my friend, bicameral, bipartisan solutions are what we've got in front of us today. Some of them that have come about remarkably quickly, and I would remind the gentleman that in this rule, this committee could have done anything they wanted to with this rule, and we included same-day authority, not just so the ideas that we have today could come to the floor, but every single good idea, every single bipartisan, bicameral solution that shows up in this institution, we can bring it to the floor immediately.
Is it a good idea to have unemployment
insurance? We have always had unemployment insurance in my lifetime, and I have never seen a bill on the floor of this House to abolish unemployment insurance. The employers in my district pay it, and the employees in my district benefit from it. And I have never heard anyone challenge the efficacy of that model. Now, what I do want to do is get out of the business of extending unemployment insurance and get into the business of employing people. I think we would all agree that the better use of our time is on the employing of people. It is a shame. It is a source of shame and a representation of failure, perhaps bipartisan, bicameral failure, but failure that we're even having to talk about extending again because we have record levels of unemployment again, year after year after year. But I don't want anyone who heard the gentleman from Florida speak to believe that if we found that agreement tomorrow, that bill wouldn't be on the floor of this House tomorrow. There is no such agreement. This committee doesn't have the ability to craft such an agreement, but if that agreement appears, this committee has empowered the House to bring that to the floor immediately, and I will have no doubt in my mind that we would exercise that power. And I appreciate the chairman for including those provisions. I thank the gentleman. I yield back.
Now heard the discussion on the Slaughter Amendment. Further discussion? Those in favor of the Slaughter Amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Noes have it, noes have it.
Roll call, please.
Gentlewoman asked for a roll call vote.
Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox? No. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole? No. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster? No. Ms. Ross-Lehtinen? No. Ms. Ross-Lehtinen? No. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess? No. Ms. Slaughter?
Yes.
Ms. Slaughter? Aye. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. Hastings?
Aye.
Mr. Hastings? Aye. Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman? No.
Clerk will report the totals.
3 yeas, 9 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Further amendment or discussion? Seeing none, the vote will now be on the motion from the gentlewoman from North Carolina. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The ayes have it, the ayes have it.
Roll call, please.
Roll call request by the gentlewoman from New York.
Ms. Fox? Ms. Fox, aye. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall, aye. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent, aye. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster, aye. Ms. Ross-Lehtinen? Aye. Ms. Ross-Lehtinen, aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, aye. Ms. Slaughter?
No.
Ms. Slaughter, no. Mr. McGovern?
No.
Mr. McGovern, no. Mr. Hastings?
No.
Mr. Hastings, no. Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
Clerk will report the total.
9 yeas, 3 nays.
The motion is agreed to. Motion is agreed to, and the gentleman from Georgia will be handling that on the floor for us, and Mrs. Slaughter will be handling for the Democrats. I want to thank each of our committee members and our staff.
Chairman, we have additional amendments.
Excuse me, I apologize. The gentleman's recognized.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, Jim, did you have something? Okay. Mr. Chairman, first I want to thank you. You said you would help us, and there's evidence that you gave some consideration to the matter that we brought here 2 weeks ago. My colleague, Ms. Castor, from Florida, and we have pursued this measure, and there is a bipartisan effort with Mr. Buchanan and now Mr. Cassidy and myself offering some legislation. But I have an amendment to the rule. Move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment by Ms. Castor, number 3, which would delay flood insurance premium charges until the completion of an affordability study. And just to add briefly to the discussion, Mr. Chairman, today Senator Menendez from New Jersey offered a measure in the Senate. It was a great deal more extensive than this, and Senator Roberts from Kansas objected, and therefore this measure was not put forward at that time. But I believe if we were to do something, and we have the capacity and the ability here in the Rules Committee to do this, it would help us. Let me tell you, the Florida members already know this, but it may very well be that some of you all are not as mindful of this, and that is that Florida's property structure is where our funding for schools comes from. And while it may be that we've already voted on one of these measures, what I'm asking is that the amendment that Ms. Castor offered be placed into this particular package so that we can go forward. In Pinellas County, insurance is going to go up as much as $14,000 to $20,000 for an average home. In a very recent seminar, the Florida Bar Association advised lawyers handling real estate, and the Florida Realtors Association advised realtors that anyone purchasing a home in Florida, that they need to tell them that that purchaser is going to be liable for the increase in insurance. Now, this measure, the Waters Bigot measure, didn't have these consequences in mind, but they are now here and they are real, and we have a problem if we do not delay them. And as I said to you, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the effort, but I would thank you even more if this amendment were made in order, and it might then bring me to be able to vote for what I consider to be very reasonable work done by the committee members. But this is a very serious problem, and Florida will go busted, and Florida isn't the only place that has a lack of flood insurance maps. You have them in Texas. Need I remind you how often Houston floods, Galveston. I could go on and in just about all of our areas except maybe some of the flatlands and others where we don't have this kind of situation. But this nation is supposed to help each other. And it isn't as much about Florida as it is the Outer Banks of North Carolina or in other places where we live. We cannot allow for this to happen. So I ask that this amendment be.
Mr. Chairman, I know we voted out the rule, but could we ask unanimous consent to get a vote on that?
I would like to address the gentleman if I can.
We've already voted.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, I think it's important. First of all, you're consistent. Second of all, you do know, and I do know, that Mr. Buchanan is joined Ms. Castor, and I've been approached by a number of members of the delegation. I've approached the chairman of the Financial Services Committee. I'm trying to push for there to be a resolution. And I will continue to do that, and the gentleman has my phone number and he knows how to get me. And I would encourage me to tell you, I will talk with you again tomorrow. I intend to come find you and tell you what I've done in the last 24 hours or less to try and move that and give you a current update. The gentleman knows how to find me, and he knows that I want to get this done also. And I do appreciate the gentleman, and anytime the gentleman has a request like this, I'm always open to hearing from him. Yes, sir. Committee's now finished its work for the day, and we're in